A very pleasant morning to one and all gathered here. The Department of Commerce and Joseph's College is really happy and excited to meet you all on this two-day national seminar on impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Indian economy, labor and marginalized community. This two-day national seminar is sponsored by ICSSR Union. COVID-19 has posed several difficulties and economical crises towards poor and marginalized society of India, and it is the prime duty of educational institutions to give mitigation efforts and mitigation steps in order to redeem the economy from this downturn. And this national seminar is one such step to go forward and save the economy of this nation. And now, we all stand up for the prayer song followed by TamilNadu.
No, now they are not doing anything. They are going to sing now that prayer song.
Worship His holy name. Sing like never before. Oh, my soul, I worship Your holy name. The sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing Your song again. Whatever may pass and whatever lies before me, let me be singing when the evening comes. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship His holy name. Sing like never before. Oh, my soul, I worship Your holy name.
Let us continue to stand for the TamilNadu.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலவடங்கை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென நிகழ்வகத கண்டறியும் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடதன் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு இவை முதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் வணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனக்கே தமிழனக்கே உன் சீரிழவை திறந்து என்று செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated. Light is the symbol of dawn. Light is the symbol of safety and security. It's time to light up the lamp. First, I invite Reverend Father Principal to light up the lamp, followed by Dr. F.R. Alexander Pravindure, the head of the department, followed by Dr. Rose Willis, Dean IPOC, followed by Dr. Bastian, the convener of this national seminar, and Dr. Arudas, the organizing secretary of this national seminar. Thank you, dignitaries. Welcoming is the motto of hospitality. May I now request Dr. F.R. Alexander Pravindure, Head Department of Commerce, to welcome the gathering and also to share his words of felicitation.
Hundred and 78-year-old, the great temple of learning, St. Joseph's College, warmly welcomes every one of you. This is a very proud day here for St. Joseph's College, for the staunch secularist, eminent financial expert who led the nation in financial capital is with us here. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. C. Rangarajan, the Principal of A++ College, Special Heritage Status College, NARF 37th College is here with us, Reverend Dr. Arakaswamy Xavier. Most of the accomplishments had happened during Father's period as principal. Here with us we have Dr. Rose Venice, our beloved Dean for Quality Matters, Dean of Internal Quality Assurance Cell. And we have here on dais the architect of two-day conference, Dr. Boston Jerome and Dr. Arul Das, beloved professors of Commerce Department, both Shift 1 and Shift 2, delegates who have assembled here, and most of them are on the way here, and my dear beloved students. It is indeed a privilege for me to stand before a man of eminence, a product of Jesuit institution, Dr. Rangaraj. I know very well about our eminent chief guest. Anyway, I wanted to know more about Sir. I went through the net. The net is full of information. I had a connection with the Trichy also. Studied in one of the Trichy-based colleges, National College. Then moved to Loyola College. From there to University of Pennsylvania. Then he became Governor of Reserve Bank of India. Became Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Chairman of Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister of India, the then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. During Sir's period as Chairman, the country made a turnaround, and today we claim we are going to achieve 5 trillion economy, but foundation was laid by Dr. C. Rangaraj. So we are all very proud that here we have with us such an eminent person. Besides, Sir handled classes at Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, Professor of University of Pennsylvania, and whatnot. I deem it a great privilege to welcome on behalf of our management, staff and students, beloved Dr. Rangarajan, former Governor of RBI, to this conference. Welcome, sir. Friendly, unassuming, down to earth, but very efficient administrator. For the principal is here. We are very happy that we could have for the principal in a busy schedule, because college day is scheduled for this week, we all know, and of course tomorrow we have Achievers Day. In spite of all that, Father could spare some time. On behalf of the Department of Commerce, I thank and welcome Reverend Father Principal. Welcome, Father. So we have invited our Dean IPAC for a reason. One is Sir is going to felicitate. The other one is this week we will have to submit all our documents, evidences. So I think Sir will show some leniency towards Department of Commerce. So I welcome the very friendly Dean Dr. Rose Willis. Welcome, sir. I welcome all the delegates who come from different states, and I welcome every one of you on behalf of the organizing secretary and also on my own behalf. Welcome you. Of course, we have here with us our Dean School of Management, Dr. Jean. I welcome Dr. Jean here. Welcome, Professor. I welcome one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of welcome. May I now request Dr. V. Bastian Jerome, the convener of this national seminar, to share the dynamics of this seminar. Over to you, sir.
A pleasant good morning to one and all gathered here. Respected Reverend Father Principal, Honorable Chief Guest of the day, Dr. C. Rangarajan, former Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, and former Governor, RBI, and Chairman, Madras School of Economics, Chennai. Eminent Professor Dr. Rose Willis, Dean for IQAC. Respected Professor Dr. G. John, Dean, School of Management Studies. Reverend Head of the Department, Dr. F.R. Alexander Praveen Dubey, sir. The Organizing Secretary of the National Seminar, Dr. S. Arudas, and my dear participants, good morning. The core objectives and themes of the seminar are to visualize the realities of COVID-19 pandemic effects and impacts on Indian economy and especially laborers and marginalized community. This seminar is planned to focus the multifaceted approaches on the impact of COVID-19 towards vulnerable communities and would explore the holistic approaches and to uphold human rights and labor laws to protect most vulnerable workers in supply chains during the post-COVID pandemic. This seminar has three dimensions of achieving maximum thrust to academicians, PG and research scholars, and the teaching fraternity. This national seminar is meticulously planned to give intensive exposure to a topic through presentations and discussions led by multiple experts can lead to higher productivity and fulfillment of professional and academic goals. This seminar discussions offer chances to debate issues related to impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Indian economy, socio-economic impacts, impact of COVID-19 on migrant laborers, temporary wage earners, unemployed workers, and semi-skilled workers, impact of COVID on all unorganized, informal, and private sectors, startups and micro, small, and medium enterprises, and NRI laborers, economic slowdown, livelihoods, and agricultural laborers' problems due to pandemic, health, psychosocial, and economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on marginalized people, strategy for startups, and entrepreneurship in post-COVID situations. This seminar includes eminent speakers who will share perspectives and issues related to the topic, and the participants will get numerous benefits, including latest developments on the topic, gaining expert knowledge and renewing motivation and confidence. I express my gratitude to Jesuit management, head of the department, and staff members for their continuous encouragement. I sincerely thank ICSSR South Regional Center, Hyderabad, for approving my national seminar proposal and considering it as the need of the hour by sanctioning and honoring me with sufficient funds to organize such a national seminar. My special thanks to Honorable Honorary Director Professor D. Kiran and Dr. Jacob Kelly for their appreciation and wishes. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's time to honor the dignitaries. First, I invite Reverend Father Principal to honor our chief guest, Dr. Rangarajan, with the memento. I also request other dignitaries to join.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Next, I invite Dr. Rashid Jerome to honor Reverend Father Principal with a shot. Now I invite Dr. G. John, the Dean School of Management Studies, to honor our Rose Minister with a shot. Dr. G. John is honoring Dr. Rose Willis, the Dean of IQAC, with a shot. Following which, I request Dr. Haridas to honor Dr. Rose Willis with a shot. Thank you, Father. Thank you, sir. May I now request Reverend Father Principal to deliver the presidential address of this national seminar. Over to you, Father.
Dear Honorable Dr. C. Rangarajan, former Chairman, Economic Advisory Council of the Prime Minister and former Governor RBI, and Chairman, Madras School of Economics, Chennai. Dear Dr. Alexander Praveen Ray, the head of the department. Dear Dr. G. John, the Dean of Management School. Dear Dr. Rosa Rees, Dean IQAC. Dr. Praveen, Dr. Pastor Jerome, and Dr. Arudas, the organizing secretaries. Dear professors, my dear participants, both online and offline, and my dear students and the press corps, good morning to you all. Good morning. Thank you. My dear participants, I am very, very happy to be here with you on this dais. Once again, in this platform for this national seminar on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Indian economy, labor, and marginalized communities. And of course, it is sponsored by ICSSR. My dear participants, we are very, very happy, the management is very, very happy about the Department of Commerce for its organizing series of conferences, workshops, seminars, and whatnot. Of course, for not only the academic improvement of the student community and the scholars, of course, the national seminars of this sort will enlighten all the scholars across the nation and, of course, our scholars too. We are here. The premier institutions like us should organize such conferences so that the nation will get some useful, meaningful data from us about the COVID-19. And we have the duty to contribute a lot. Premier institutions like us, St. Joseph's College, and of course like other colleges, we have every duty to contribute meaningful discussion on Indian economy, labor, and marginal communities, especially during the COVID-19. Fine. As you all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has done havoc to all the sections of the country and across the world. And on Indian economy, of course, labor and the marginalized communities really suffered a lot. As you all know, you yourself would have come across many marginalized communities, and of course, I also have experienced some few, at least, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the marginalized communities. As you all know, the meaningful existence of our college is only when we do research on such aspects, on such themes. Then only we can contribute to the nation, to the world, and thus some meaningful engagement would continue. And for such national seminars, we are proud to have very, very important, a renowned person, of course, Dr. C. Rangarajan, the former chairman, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and former governor of RBI. He has joined us to share his ideas, to share his wisdom with us. People like him, such a renowned personality, is going to share his wisdom with us so that we will be enlightened. And I'm very proud that such an illustrious person is an alumnus of Loyola College, where I served for 2 years as principal of the Loyola College. In that way, I'm really proud to see him here, virtually, and we are eager to listen to him, to listen to his wisdom, particularly topics like this. Such wise people believe, and we are here to listen to such great personalities, to listen to him, so that we also contribute in our own level, at the college level. And as you all know, our aim is to empower. The aim of the college is to empower the marginalized communities mainly, mainly the marginalized communities. And when we would like to empower such marginalized communities, particularly when the situation like COVID-19 pandemic, and we have all the duty to listen to such great people, then only we can do some meaningful engagement. So I would like to congratulate and appreciate the organizers for organizing, first of all, such kind of excellent, timely, meaningful national seminar, and also I would like to thank the ICSSR for sponsoring this seminar. So let us have a fruitful time with great persons like Dr. C. Rangarajan, our illustrious alumnus of Loyola College, our sister institution. Right. So with these few words, once again I would like to thank and congratulate the organizers. I would like to sincerely welcome and thank Dr. C. Rangarajan on behalf of the college to spare your quality time with us. You are such a great person. I know how busy you would be. Still, you are able to find some time for our college, St. Joseph's, Trichy, to share your expertise, to share your wisdom with our students, with the national participants who are gathered here and who are joined online too. So for this, I would like to once again thank you, Dr. C. Rangarajan, and with these few words, I would like to end here. Have a wonderful time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Principal, for the most fitting presidential address, and also for the continuous support given by you towards the Department of Commerce. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Rose Menes, Dean IQAC, to share his words of felicitation.
Respected Reverend Father Principal, respected Dr. C. Rangarajan, former Governor of RBI, respected Dr. Alexander Praveen Rai, Head of Department of Commerce, dear Dr. John, Dean of School of Management Studies, members of the staff, and my dear students. Good morning. So I am happy to be here among you. So I am also just like a participant for this important seminar organized by your department, which is sponsored by ICSSR Hyderabad. So as Father mentioned, it is a very good theme where you are going to discuss about what has happened to this community based on COVID-19 pandemic. So it is very important that most of the people, those who are affected is marginalized people, and you are here to discuss what is the important effect. So I hope that this seminar will bring an important data and which will give us a impact or will create a good picture about the impact, and you will be giving us very good recommendations to the officials for the betterment of the downtrodden people. As all of us know, the Department of Commerce, a much opted department in South India, which is ranked among the first 100 colleges in India by India Today ranking, and the Commerce Department also tops in St. Joseph's in all its endeavor, especially in the annual academic audits. I congratulate all these students for being a part of this department, and I congratulate all the staff members, especially the team members, those who have organized this seminar, for organizing this seminar from the academic year starting itself for their tireless work, hard work, dedication. So all these things they are doing for the betterment for the students as well as the normal community which is around our campus. As a Dean of IQAC, whenever I look into the data supplied by Commerce, I normally see that every year they will be guiding minimum 200 programs. So to get a funded program nowadays is very, very difficult, but the Department of Commerce at least gets 2 projects with very good support amount. So one of this is normally they get from ICSSR Hyderabad. So I congratulate Dr. Praveen Durai, the leader of the department, Dr. Jerome, Dr. Caesar and his team. So these are the 3 leading people. Normally they will be applying for the projects. Nowadays you know how it is very difficult for writing a proposal, and to get the proposal sanctioned is also very, very difficult. So I congratulate the team for getting this proposal created and obtained from ICSSR. Now I request all the participants and the students to use these 2 days in a fruitful manner to get the most ideas from all the resource persons. So of today and tomorrow, try to implement these ideas in your real life or in your project proposals or as and when you leave the campus for the community. So I request all of you to come out with good project proposals or ideas for the betterment of the common man. So with these 3 words, I thank the team for organizing this program for the betterment of the people, and I wish the department to conduct more and more such programs for the development of the students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the words of felicitation, and also thanking the Department of Commerce at the level of IQAC. And we also fondly recall that this is the 3rd ICSSR sponsored national seminar for this academic year organized by the Department of Commerce. And now we are getting into the main event of this inaugural ceremony. But before that, it is a great privilege and honor for me to introduce our chief guest of this inaugural session, Dr. C. Rangarajan. Dr. C. Rangarajan is the former chairman, economic advisor, counsel to the Prime Minister, and former governor of RBI. He was graduated from Loyola College, Chennai, and received his PhD in economics from the University of Pennsylvania in the year 1964. He featured as faculty member at prominent institutions such as University of Pennsylvania and IIM Ahmedabad. Sir then served as Deputy Governor of RBI between 1982 to 1991, then promoted as Governor of Reserve Bank of India between December 1992 and December 1997, following which he was posted as Governor for the state of Andhra Pradesh for 6 years from 1997 to 2003. He was also the Deputy Governor of Odisha from 1998 to 1999. In the year 2005, he was appointed as the Chairman of Economic Advisory Council of the Prime Minister of India. Since 2014, he has been the Chairman of Madras School of Economics, Chennai. And in 2020, the state government of Tamil Nadu formed a high-level committee chaired by Dr. C. Nagarajan to advise the government of Tamil Nadu on COVID-19 issues and mitigations. With this, such a wonderful profile, I take a great privilege to welcome Dr. C. Nagarajan to deliver the inaugural ceremony session address for the two-day national seminar on COVID-19 pandemic on Indian economy, labors and marginal community. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Principal, distinguished faculty of the college, and the distinguished participants of this seminar. I am delighted to be with you all this morning, though virtually, and wish the seminar all success. And I'm sure that the seminar will be extremely productive. Let me at the outset congratulate the St. Joseph's College, which is one of the leading and outstanding institutions of higher education, not only in this country, but in this part of the world, and the Department of Commerce for organizing this extremely timely seminar. I want to speak to you this morning on the economic impact of COVID-19 and the policy options. The world, including India, has passed through a difficult time in the last 2 years. In recent memory, this is the first economic crisis triggered by a non-economic factor, in this case, the pandemic.
Sir, you are on mute condition. Sir, in a mute.
Oh, you didn't hear me at all, is it?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, now.
Let me go back. Let me go back and start where I wanted to start. Reverend Father Principal, members of the faculty, distinguished participants. I'm extremely glad to be with you this morning, though virtually. Let me at the outset congratulate St. Joseph's College, one of the outstanding institutions of higher education, not only in this country, but in this part of the world, and the Department of Commerce for organizing this timely seminar. I want to speak to you very briefly this morning on the economic impact of COVID-19 and the policy options. The world, including India, has been passing through a very difficult time in the last 2 years. In recent memory, this is the first economic crisis that has been triggered by a non-economic factor, namely a pandemic, which is called COVID-19. It was a Spanish flu more than 100 years ago that resulted in such a severe devastation. Without cure and vaccination initially, the impact of the pandemic has been twofold. First was a human tragedy in terms of death, and the second was the economic impact. It is reported by WHO that 1.5 crore people died world over because of the advent of COVID-19. The WHO also estimated the number of people who died in India at 47.4 lakhs, which is nearly 10 times the official figure of roughly 5.1 lakhs. I will not go into that controversy this morning, but it is important to note the severity of the crisis in terms of human tragedy. We have had 3 waves. The impact of the first wave was that it was severely on the economic impact, severely economic impact. The human tragedy was the most severe under the second wave. The third wave has so far been very mild. What is the difference between the first wave and the second wave? In the first wave, the anxiety of the government, not only in India but the world over, was to prevent the spread of the pandemic, and therefore severe lockdowns were imposed. And therefore, economic mobility was affected. And therefore, the impact on the economy was highest. It brought to a grinding halt the wheels of commerce and industry and agriculture and almost every economic activity. But in the second wave, all the policymakers took a slightly different attitude. There was less emphasis on lockdown and more emphasis on allowing the economic activity to continue. There are 4 channels through which the economic impact is felt. First, through the domestic demand. Second, through external demand. Third, supply bottlenecks. And fourth, financial market disruptions. Let me make it very clear. The economic impact of COVID-19 comes directly from the actions taken to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The most important action taken was the lockdown. As I mentioned earlier, the more severe the lockdown, the greater the impact on economic activity. So first, domestic demand was affected because people are not able to move, employment is affected, and when there is no production, obviously employment also gets affected. But the external demand is dependent upon what happens in the rest of the world, not within the country. But the COVID-19 impacted not only India, but all over the world. Therefore, what happened in the first year of the economic, after the advent of COVID-19, that is 2020-21, exports fell as far as India was concerned, and most other countries. 6.88% was the decline in the growth rate of exports. That is, it was negative. But in 21-22, when the economic activity picked up in the rest of the world, exports also picked up. And there was a substantial pickup in exports in 2021-22. That was 47.12% growth rate. Those who want to analyze critically these export performance must also note that much of the growth in exports, in the value of exports, is because of the price effect rather than the volume effect. I cannot take the time off today to explain, but you think it over. Then the third is the supply bottlenecks. What happened? There is no free movement of goods. There is no free movement of service activity. And therefore, as a consequence, supply bottlenecks developed. when there was difficulty from importing from abroad, then inputs required, like chips, for example, which are affected the automobile industry, because the non-availability of chips coming from outside. But even within the country, there was um, less mobility in the movement of goods and services. And therefore, even the inputs required by the industry in one part of the country, which has to come from the rest of the part of the country, that was also affected. Therefore, supply disruption of various sorts resulted in the production being affected. Then financial market disruption. Those of you who are studying financial markets and finance must look at it. Strangely enough, if you look at it, there were no financial market disruptions in 2021 and almost even in 21-22. In fact, as I will be able to tell you later, the stock market actually behaved very smoothly over the entire period, except actually towards the end of 2022, to the 21-22, and the more recent months. That was more due to the Russia-Ukraine war rather than due to COVID-19. In fact, the IMF World Report for 2021, 21, they usually use the calendar year 20, then it indicated the dichotomy between the way in which the real sector was moving and the financial sector was moving. Let me summarize very briefly the economic impact. In 2020-21, Indian economy fell by 6.6%. There was no growth rate. There was a fall of 6.6%. In United States, in 2020, the GDP fell by 3.5%. In France, the GDP fell by 8.1%. In UK, it fell by 9.8%. But there are few countries in the world where the output did not fall in 2020. Bangladesh, for example, had a positive growth rate of 3.5. And China also reported some low positive growth. Come to 2021. As I said, 2021 is the impact of the second wave, and actually growth picked up, economic activity picked up. In India so far, the estimate for 21-22 is a growth of 8.9%. In United States, is a growth of 5.6%. France, 6.7%. UK, 7.2%. And Bangladesh continue to have a positive rate of growth of 4.6%. If you look at the quarterly growth rates in 2021 and 21-22, the biggest shock came in the first quarter of 2021. The first quarter of 2021 would be the April, May, June of 2020, when the output fell by 23.8%. What does it mean? Nearly a fall by more than 1/5 of the output, followed by a decline in the output growth of 6.6% in the second quarter, and there was some positive growth in quarter 3 and quarter 4. In 2021-22, the first quarter recovered by 20.3%. Whenever we talk of growth rate, please remember the growth rate is what we call year on year. That is the corresponding quarter over the corresponding quarter of the previous year, or this year over the previous year. So in the first quarter of 2021-22, there was a positive growth of 20.3%. But please remember what I said earlier. In the first quarter of 2021, there was a decline by 23.8%. Therefore, at the end of the first quarter of 21-22, we had not even made up for the decline in the previous period. Well, without going into the details, let me say that 8.9% is the growth rate, positive growth rate in 21-22. But what does it mean really? At the end of 21-22, that is 22nd March or April, let's say 22nd April, we are exactly what we were in April of 2020. There was a fall in 1 year, compensated by a rise in the second year. With the result, we are back to where we were in April 2020. The 6.6 and 8.9, they are different numbers, but you must remember that the second number of rise will have to be higher because we are counting it from a lower base. Therefore, if you want, I can give you the numbers. In April 2020, the total GDP of the country was 145.2 lakh crore. In April 2022, it is 147.7 lakh crore. Negligible 2 lakh crore increase. Therefore, in a sense, what has happened is, as a consequence of COVID-19, and as a consequence of the various actions taken to prevent the spread of COVID-19, through lockdowns and so on, preventing the mobility of people, goods, and services, we have lost 2 years. That is why people talk about how long it will take to compensate for the loss in 2 years. The estimates vary, 5 to 7 years. In fact, the loss would be even greater if you looked at it in terms of what the trend rate of growth would have been. After all, under normal circumstances, there would have been growth in 21-22. There would have been growth in 2021. Therefore, if you look at it from the trend line, the loss in output in the 2 years has been extraordinary. And the question is, what about 22-23? I will make a few comments, and because I want to talk more about the economic impact on the previous 2 years. The expectation is the RBI has given a growth rate of 7.2% in 22-23. Everyone thought that 21-22 would be a normal year, but that is not to be. The Russia-Ukraine war, which almost began towards the end of 21-22, last month of 21-22, its impact is now being felt. And therefore, it is still a matter of some doubt whether we will get the 7.2% rate of growth, which has been projected by the Reserve Bank of India for the year 22-23. You know, there are many people talk about how do you describe the phenomenon of growth that has happened. All kind of Roman alphabet has been used to describe the phenomenon. You must have heard about some people talking about the V growth. What does that mean? There's a fall and there's a sharp upward, and therefore it is V. A modification of V is U. What happens is there's a fall, there's a rise, but there is some gap between the fall and the rise. Then there are some people who talk about W. That is what is called double dip growth. Falls, rises, falls, rises. You remember the W. So that is what some people call W. Now there is also a new alphabet that has come, K, they say, which means that the growth is happening, but some people are growing up, but some people are growing down. I think that is what this seminar is also about. Whether the phenomenon of growth that we have seen, even in 21-22, has been uniform, whether the benefits of growth accrue to all sections of the community, or not. But let me say that the obviously, when there is a decline in output, it affects a lot more the people in the low income categories. And the most important in this vulnerable group is the migrant labor. People do not realize that according to the census, the total number of migrant population in India is migrant labor in India is 41.42 million. That's about 4 crore of people are staying from away from their native state to some other state. And there is a lot of debate in the country regarding the policy approach. And one issue that came up was what they call life versus livelihood. If you take action in such a way that there is no human tragedy at all, as I said in the immediate response of lockdown, then there is no livelihood for the people. Therefore, yeah, a dilemma that arose was between what we call life and livelihood. But the loss of employment, which is inevitable when there is a decline in output, would have been made good to an extent when there is a rise in the output. Therefore, I would imagine that by the end of 2021-22, that is by now, what has declined has been compensated, and perhaps the migrant labor would have returned to return back to labor. Now let me not go into other issues like vaccination and so on and so forth. They also have some implications. But let me come very quickly. What are the policy tools to deal with the situation? There are two major policy tools. One is fiscal policy, and the other is monetary policy. Fiscal policy essentially means that given the kind of situation that we have, that is where there is a decline in output. In order to stimulate the economy, we must really activate government expenditures. That is, government expenditures will have to increase. Now, what does that mean? In a situation in which the revenues are falling, expenditures have to be raised. Because revenues will fall. Why? When the output is declining, take 2021, obviously the income is not being generated, and therefore income tax will not come, or collection will not be as much as it would otherwise have been. Similarly, when goods are not being sold, equally the revenue is not coming. But in that situation, the government should not really act in order to be consistent with the fall in the revenue. It's old Keynesian prescription that where the effective demand is low, you try to raise the demand by expanding expenditures. There were three types of expenditures which became relevant. One is healthcare expenditure, taking care of people who have been affected, introducing vaccines, expanding hospital facilities, providing ventilators. All those expenditures or healthcare expenditures are done. That had to be done. Second, addressing the problems of the vulnerable groups. I mentioned earlier about the migrant labor, cash loans, increasing the food security, increasing the allocation under the public distribution system. These are special activities required in order to take care of the vulnerable. Then comes a third type of activity of the government, which is to stimulate the economy by supporting those industries which have particularly suffered as a consequence of COVID-19. One thing that comes to the mind immediately, the hospitality industry, the entire hotel industry, the restaurants, they're all closed almost in the first place. Therefore, special initiatives were required in order to support them. So, expenditures of three categories which I mentioned are particularly important. So, in 2021, it did happen that government of India and the state governments increased their expenditure. And that is why the fiscal deficit of the government of India exceeded 9% in 2020-21. All of you who have been students of economics will know that is we have what is called the Fiscal Responsibility and the Budget Management Act, FRBM Act, under which the mandate is that for the central government to have not to exceed the fiscal deficit of 3% of the GDP. Actually, in 2021, the fiscal deficit was in excess of 9% of the GDP. But perhaps something more was also called for, but it is a problem. It's a difficult situation where expenditures have to be increased at a time when revenues were falling. But anyway, that is what was being done. Let me come back again to fiscal policy a little later. Let me go back to monetary policy. What is monetary policy supposed to do? Monetary policy was focused on three things. One, to provide liquidity to the system, provide liquidity to the banks, to enable banks to on-lend to people at low rates of interest. Therefore, liquidity injection, that is, providing liquidity to the system through the banking system, was one of the main objectives or one of the main concerns of monetary policy. Second, keep the interest rate low. The policy rate or the repo rate was at 5.15%. It was brought down to 4% during this particular period. And the third is to provide special support to groups like medium and small and micro industries, MSME as we call it, enterprises, to give them special provision for credit and regulatory for banks. So the idea behind monetary policy was to facilitate the pickup of production by providing larger amount of liquidity to the banking system. Certain sections like MSMEs. But the net result, of course, was that when so much of money was being pumped into the system, liquidity was being pumped into the system, and production was not picking up. In 2021, the average CPI inflation was 6.18%. That is, the inflation rate, the average of the month, was 6.18. In 2022, it came down to 5.5. But in 2022, towards the end of that year, inflation started rising. As you all know, in January 22, it was 6.01%. In February, it was 6.07%. In March, it was 6.95%. And in April, the latest month on which data are available, it is 7.79. The WPI inflation was in double digit throughout the period. So what you really see is that the direction in which the policy moved was appropriate in terms of government increasing the expenditure. Monetary policy, providing the liquidity, enabled the banking system to provide larger credit and at a low rate of interest. But one of the consequences you have to see is also on inflation. Now, let me very quickly take 5 or 10 minutes and round up on what are the main and key issues that are that we need to know, or put it the other way, what are the lessons that we have learned from dealing with COVID-19? First thing is very clear: our healthcare arrangements and healthcare system needs improvement. The kind of suffering that happened during the second wave, lack of adequate ventilators, even lack of adequate facilities in the hospital, all these point to a need for improving our healthcare system. That's one thing that flows out of it. And please remember, the public healthcare system is the one which goes to meet the needs of the low-income groups and the vulnerable groups. And therefore, the improvement of the healthcare system essentially means the improvement of the public healthcare system. More can be said of that, but I will not talk about it this morning. The second, I think, I talked about monetary policy and the fiscal policy. On monetary policy, one thing we have to understand, that monetary policy is a facilitating instrument. The central bank can make available larger liquidity, can make available more credit at a lower rate, but the willingness to borrow must be there. It is like the old saying: you can take the horse to the pond, but cannot compel it to drink. That happens. If the production system is not moving, and if the entrepreneurs or the enterprises do not feel that they can expand production, or because there is demand, that if that doesn't happen, then you are not able to do it. Therefore, while the system tried to make available more liquidity and more credit at a lower rate of interest, the pickup was not there, because while the reserve money growth was 18% in 2021, the credit growth was only 5.69%. The reserve money growth in 21-22 was 13.12%, but the credit growth was 9.5%. Therefore, the willingness has to come, because the entrepreneurs must feel the need. But let me come back to the that is why one of the old writers on central banking said that the credit system, or the banking system, or the monetary system has efficient brakes, but the accelerator is uncertain. Because when there is inflation, you can put the brakes, and that it will work. Because once you raise the rate of interest, it will automatically work. But when you lower the rate of interest, whether it will be taken or not is not that clear. So that is why he said it is efficient brakes, but the accelerator is uncertain. But there is also another problem, and that is that the pumping of liquidity into the system also results in the absence of adequate increase in production, inflation also. And therefore, that we need to remind ourselves. And in fact, that is a point to which we have now reached, in the sense that without controlling liquidity, we will not be able to control inflation. Many people talk about the fact that inflation has risen, or inflation has come about because petroleum prices have gone up, or certain other prices have gone up. I have a different view on that. I have written on it. that ultimately it is not the increase in the individual prices that results in the increase in the general price level. Inflation is the increase in the general price level. Please note this, that many people overlook it. Just because petroleum product prices have increased, inflation will not increase. Look at the budget constraints. Look at it as a household. Say your income is fixed at the X level. If the price of one commodity goes up, what will happen? You will have to, if you continue to spend on that, you can spend only less on some other commodity because your budget constraint is there. And then the price of the other thing will fall. Therefore, I have repeatedly said, and I have written, and I will request all of you who are researchers in the area to read that carefully, that ultimately the general increase in the price level, which is what is inflation, will come only when the liquidity in the system overall increases. It is not that we are all believers in quantity theory of money. Quantity theory of money had a very strict prescriptions. That is not what we are talking about. But the point is really is that when liquidity is pumped into the system, inflation basically comes out, and therefore we cannot control inflation without controlling liquidity. I think that is the one thing that comes out. Second, to the point of fiscal policy. As we said, yes, expenditures must increase. At a time when effective demand is weak, government expenditures are the only way to increase. But then there is also a limit to which this can go. Please remember, our fiscal deficit was excess of 9% in 2021. It was 6.8% in 21-22. And we are talking about a fiscal deficit of 6.4% in 22-23. What is the problem with high fiscal deficit? I'll try to end on this point. The problem with the high fiscal deficit is that when the government borrowing exceeds the level of savings available with the households for investment in government paper, then accommodation from the central bank becomes necessary. Please note, the central government's expected fiscal deficit is 6.4% of GDP in 22-23. The expected fiscal deficit of all states is concerned is 4% of GDP. Therefore, center and state will borrow 10.4% of GDP in 22-23. But the total saving in financial assets by the household sector has never exceeded 7.8%. Therefore, where from it will come? It has to come only through an accommodative policy by the central bank. It may not directly lend. It can increase the liquidity of the banking system and it will lend. Therefore, while in a crisis, we had to break the rule, and that is, I'm not disputing that. But from 22 to 23 onwards, beyond that, I think we need to have a careful look at the fiscal roadmap and ensure that what we are really doing, that what we really need to do in order to contain the fiscal deficit. The same problem which I mentioned about monetary policy. In times of difficulty, yes, expand liquidity. But beyond a point, it can also result in inflation, and that has its own problems. Therefore, I believe that as we move away from COVID-19, and as we move to 23-24, we need to act in such a way that both fiscal deficit and monetary policy are brought under control. Because we cannot allow what we did during a time of crisis as subsequently. We have all talked about India becoming a $5 trillion economy. Today, we are about 2.7 or $2.8 trillion. In order to achieve that goal, the Indian economy will have to grow for 5 consecutive years at a growth rate of between 8 and 9%. Only then we will achieve that. In my opinion, growth is the answer to many of our socio-economic problems. And therefore, the focus of policymakers, once the crisis is over, must be on growth. Accelerate the growth step by step so that we get on to 8 to 9%. Please remember that between 2005-6 and 2007-8, the average annual growth rate of the country was in excess of 9%. Therefore, we know we can achieve it. India does have the potential, but we need to focus on it. And at the same time, I agree, and you will be discussing more. We should also note who benefits from growth. And therefore, the policy of growth must also be accompanied by a policy of providing adequate social safety nets in the country. The two go together. And therefore, in my opinion, equity and efficiency should not be posed as opposing considerations. They must be weaved together to produce an acceptable pattern of development. And that is what we need, and that is what economic statesmanship implies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was most exceptional inaugural address and most fitting for this national seminar. You beautifully walked us through the economic impact of COVID-19 and the challenges that we are facing, and also highlighted the positivities in terms of 47.12% growth in exports during this period, and all the factors that you shared, such as healthcare expenditure, strengthening the healthcare system, and several other factors, and bringing us to the past, present, and future analysis were really exceptional. I'm extremely happy that this inaugural session has the most better and wonderful session for you, sir. Dear participants, it is time for interaction. If anybody would like to question or make your observations with our chief guest of this inaugural address, you can come.
Dear sir, am I audible, sir?
No, did you ask me something?
Yeah, I'm about to speak, sir. I'm about to ask you a question. Shall I ask, sir?
What question is this?
Yeah. Let me ask, sir. Let me ask, sir. Sir, thank you for your brilliant speech. Sir, thank you for your brilliant speech. I would like to ask one question, sir. May I ask? Am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
So are we audible to you, sir? Are you able to hear us?
Sir, we can hear. You just ask, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, you said that increasing the productivity will bring down the inflation in the long run. And this increasing the liquidity is a short-term solution. Increasing the productivity is a long-term solution. In between, what is going to happen, sir? Are we going to experience a lot of economic difficulty, or can we match a short-term solution and a long-term solution, sir? That's my question.
Sir, am I audible to you, sir?
No, I'm not audible. I'm not audible. What is this?
So once again, sir, we have a question from the head of the Department of College. Just a moment, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you for your brilliant speech, sir. It's a very productive. Let me ask a question, sir. So you said that
Yeah.
increasing the productivity is the ultimate solution, long-term solution. Now the government is on improving the liquidity, which is a short-term solution. So we cannot match a short-term solution with a long-term solution. So what is going to happen in the in-between, sir? Till we increase the productivity to match the liquidity to control the inflation, in between what is going to happen? That's the question, sir. Thank you.
No, I think very often inflation is a short-term problem. Basically, I mean, I think it's a problem that has risen because of certain actions that we have taken, which the circumstances warranted, because there was a crisis situation and therefore liquidity increased, and there are some extraneous circumstances also, like the Russia-Ukraine war, which suddenly resulted in the shooting up of the petroleum prices, and therefore, but what we really need is to understand that there is no conflict between price stability and growth. If you look at the long-term view, a stable price environment is most conducive for economic growth. When do people save more? People save more when there is reasonable degree of price stability in the system. Therefore, over the long run, price stability and growth go together. But on occasions, they don't. And at that time, you really have a situation which is a temporary situation which has to be handled. And therefore, I was saying that, for example, liquidity was injected into the system. But at that time, we imposed lockdown. And when you impose lockdown, naturally, there is no mobility of factors of production. Output is not increasing. Therefore, those are the circumstances in which the prices started rising also. Therefore, we need to look at the problem both from the short-term point of view and the long-run point of view. From the short-term point of view, now that we have followed for 2 to 2.5 years of expansionary policy, then we really need to have some kind of a control in order to achieve a more stable price environment. But essentially, I would say that over the long period, if output keeps increasing and if productivity keeps increasing, then it creates the environment in which inflation will remain somewhat subdued. After all, what is our inflation targeting policy? We are saying the central bank of the country should regulate the system in such a way that over the long period, inflation should not go beyond 4%. But temporarily, for other reasons, it can go between 2 and 6%. So the inflation targeting model itself implies what I have been saying. Namely, our long-term goal should be to see that inflation does not exceed more than 4%. But in short periods, it can go 2 percentage points above or below. So that should be the policy. Should be the guidance for policy.
Thank you, sir. Sir,
Okay.
TamilNadu is a state with a large number of smallholder farmers, and we are producing many common regional crops. And especially in Trichy, if you see, there is a banana research center. Why don't the government start one kind of factory or an industry which really creates the output of the research center products and which will help the farmers to bring out their products into a value-added one. Is it possible, sir?
I'm sorry, I can't get the question. If you
Okay,
are
can
asking
you
a
repeat
question.
it, sir? Sir, is it
Hello?
audible?
What is it? I mean,
Hello, sir.
You asked the question
Hello?
again. Can you ask the question again?
Can you?
Yeah.
Can somebody else to say that, because there is some problem in communication? I mean,
Sir, TamilNadu is a state with smallholder farmers.
is a state with what?
Smallholder farmers. Farmers with
Yeah.
small holdings. Small land, pieces of land people hold in Tamil Nadu.
No, you can ask question in Tamil also. I mean, so that I mean.
But why don't you, somebody else, use a different mic and tell me what the question is? What was the question?
Sir, the question is this.
Yeah.
Tamil Nadu has a lot of small farmers.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, for instance, in Trichy, we have a lot of banana cultivators
Yeah.
who are mostly small in nature in terms of holding.
Yeah, right.
We have got a national research center at Trichy. How far we can, what sort of policies can help them for these farmers, small farmers? That's a Trichy specific question we are asking, sir.
No, well, you see, that's the promotion of agriculture and improving the output in agriculture is a large issue. But anyway, let me say this. The small farmers face certain problems, and we should essentially organize our institutional arrangements in such a way that they do not suffer because of the smallness of the farm. There are some inputs which are what we call scale neutral. Whether it is large or small, if you apply 1 unit of fertilizer, it will give the same effect. But there are scale economies also. Now, is a small farmer losing because of the smallness? That is why an attempt has been made recently that small farmers must come together into farmers groups. I mean, that is an idea that has been developed so that in terms of procuring inputs or in terms of selling the output, the benefits of scale can come to the small farmers. Therefore, apart from what can be done to improve the productivity, test the soil, test the, choose the right kind of seed, choose the right kind of agricultural product, and so on. All those are there, and that is what agricultural experts should provide assistance to the small farmers. But I believe that small farmers joining together and organizing themselves into farmers groups, which is the FM of the farmers, small farmers groups kind of a thing, is the way by which you can get over the disadvantages of smallness and get the benefit of the scale economies.
Thank you, sir. I have a question. We are proud in telling that we have stable economy, no doubt. Am I audible, sir?
Hello?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, I cannot get the question properly. I mean, what? See, repeat it.
Yes, sir. We are proud in telling that we have stable economic growth, and we are strong in production sector as well as in service sector. Our leaders are very ambitious. My question is, we projected that we will be superpower in 2020. And we also stated that in 2022, we will be $5 trillion economy, sir. Now, how to attain this?
No, you see, look, I think I talked about the $5 trillion economy for India. So one can compute the rate of growth that is required to achieve $1 trillion economy in Tamil Nadu. I think it will be in excess of 9% per annum. Well, the most important thing that I would say is that the investment rate must increase. It's a simple formula that the rate of growth of any economy or part of the economy is determined by two factors. Those of you who are students of economics would have read, for example, the fact that growth rate G is S over V, that is investment rate divided by incremental capital output ratio. For example, in between 2005-6 and 2007-8, when we achieved the 9% growth rate, India's investment rate had almost touched 38%. So it is the investment rate divided by the incremental capital output ratio. That is, the amount of capital required to produce one unit is I core. Then you will get the required growth rate. So what has happened in the last last 10 years is that we have come down from the high investment rate that we had earlier. Therefore, it is two things we have to focus on. One, try to increase the investment rate, create the proper environment for investment rate to pick up, provide the climate for investment in the private sector. Where infrastructure is required, the public investment must be forthcoming. So we need to raise our investment rate from the present level to a higher level of about 5% more. Second, we must maintain the I core somewhere around 4:1. So if you have 38% investment rate and incremental output ratio of 4, then you will get a growth rate of 9.5%. This is a simple arithmetic that we need to bear in mind. We need to, and what keeps the I core at 4? That is the efficiency with which capital and labor is used. So you have to focus upon two things: increase the investment rate, improve the efficiency in the use of capital, then you will get the higher growth rate. Then there are, of course, other questions regarding what should be the appropriate strategy, what industries to choose, what areas to choose, and what technology to use, and so forth. So we need to let the entrepreneurs to be able to choose the right entry into the right kind of industry. For example, people talk about chips and so on and so forth. In my view, for example, one of the important sunrise industry in this country will be the food processing industry. We talk about improving the income of the farmers. How can you improve the income of the farmers? It can only be through appropriate marketing and by adding value to agricultural products. Food processing must become important. Why do we hear often and often that the price of tomato has fallen and therefore people are throwing away tomatoes and so on? Why? If we have a good food processing industry, that will not happen. Therefore, we need to identify the right kind of industries that need to be established in our country. So we can talk about each type of industry, what needs to be done. But fundamentally, what we require is a rise in the investment rate accompanied by an improvement in the efficient use of capital. I think we should stop here. I think
Thank you, sir.
it's almost 11:20. Yeah. Shall we or?
So that's it, sir. That's it, sir.
Yeah.
I once again thank Dr. Rangarajan for the wonderful inaugural address. I also thank the professors who interacted with our resource person of this inaugural address. Now I request Dr. Arudas, the organizing secretary of this national seminar, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, all. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. A special way, on behalf of the organizing committee, I thank the ICSSR South Regional Center, Hyderabad, for the financing assistance rendered towards to conduct the national seminar. I find immense pleasure in rendering a vote of thanks to our Honorable Chief Guest Speaker, Dr. C. Rangarajan, former Chairman, Economic Advisory Council, to the Prime Minister, and former Governor of RBI, Chairman, Madras School of Economics, Chennai, who has inaugurated the ICSSR South Regional Center, Hyderabad, sponsored 2 days national seminar on impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Indian economy, labor and marginalized community. We are really thankful to him for taking the time out of his busy schedule to deliver his inaugural address. The presence of such a personality before us is a great blessing and honor. On behalf of the organizing committee, the Jesuit management of our college, and the participants, we extend a warm thanks to our sir. I am very grateful to you, sir. Thank you, sir. In a special way, I thank our great academician, best researcher, and well administrator of this temple of learning. He is none other than our beloved principal, Reverend Dr. Arakasamy Xavier, SG. Thank you, Father, for your word of appreciation and blessing. Thank you, Father. We also thank our eminent professor, Dr. Rose Venice, Dean, IQSC, for his solid support and his appreciation that energizes us in all the effort. Thank you, sir, for your very thought-provoking and interesting address and felicitation. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our beloved HOD of the department, Dr. F.R. Alexander Praveen Durai, for his constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy with us. We will ever remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us today. I sincerely thank you, sir, for the constant motivation and remarkable encouragement at all the time. Thank you, sir. I would like to give my vote of thanking the convener of National Seminar, Dr. V. Basim Jerome, who does every program with a lot of commitment and interest and with a gigantic approach and making it a great success. Thank you, sir. I am happy to express a vote of thanks to our staff members for their motivation and dedication. Thank you, professors. I thank this opportunity to thank the entire technical team from Viscom department, JCICT team for rendering their service through live telecast and photography. Thank you, sirs. I extend my sense of gratitude to press and media people who are eviting it and visualizing it in a grand manner. Thank you, sirs. I personally thank the student volunteers who involved in the conduct of the national seminar in meticulous way. Thank you, students. It is the biggest day in the history of our college. Today we have hosted the biggest education conference in India. There are more than 200 representatives and more than 30 colleges and universities participating in this two-day national seminar. This is a huge success itself. Thank you, one and all gathered here. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants and delegates, with this we come to the end of the inaugural session.
Okay.
With this we come to the end of the inaugural session.
Thank you, Rangarajan sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Sir, I request you to remain on video as we are going to take a group photo with you. I request Dr. Rangarajan to remain on video as we are going to take a group photo. Kindly remain on video, sir.
Yeah. Did you enjoy the lecture?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, we are very happy, sir, to see you and listen your ideas.
Okay. Okay then, right? Okay.
So kindly hold on.
Okay. Okay. I take leave. Okay. Okay. All right.
Sir, Dr. Rangarajan. Dear delegates and participants, we are now breaking for tea. I request all of you to come back to the venue after 10 minutes, where we begin the where we will start the technical session part.
ஆனால் இப்போ பேட்டி மேலே கொடுக்கக்கூடாது வீடியோ மட்டும் யார் நம்ம சார் தான் பேச போகிறோம் சார் சரி ஓகே நீங்கள் 2 ஃபோட்டோ கொடுங்க சரி நான் ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க ஆமாம் ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணுவோம் லைவ் இது போட்டுறியா கேபிள் இந்த பாரு லைட் எரியுது ஆனால் ஏன் ஏறலன்னு தெரியல நம்ம ரொம்ப நேரமாக ஏறிட்டு தானே இருந்துச்சு இப்போ தான் இந்த சில பேர் கழட்டிட்டு இது பேட்டரி கழட்டி திரும்ப அதிலே போட்டு லைட் எரியுது ஏன் சார்ஜ் ஏறணும்னு தெரியல
Manip sir, good morning. நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா? ஹர்ஷித் நாயக் கேட்கல சார். அன்மியூட்ல இருக்கு, உங்க அன்மியூட்ல இருக்கு. நாயக் மியூட், உங்கள மியூட்ல இருக்கு சார். அன்மியூட் பண்ணுங்க.
So, sir, shall we start, sir?
Yes,
So,
sir.
yeah. We have introduction, sir.
Thank you, sir. We are now stepping into the first session of the day. Today we have amongst us Professor P. Arunachalam, Professor and Head Department of Applied Economics, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kochi. Sir is the head of the Department of Applied Economics, Cochin University. Sir has 31 years of experience in teaching and research experiences. Sir is now the Chairman of Board of Studies, Department of Applied Economics. Sir took his PG degree from Loyola College, Madras. Sir has done his MPhil and PhD degrees from Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kochi. Pondicherry University, a central university, awarded him doctoral fellowship conducted all India level in the year 1988. Sir has participated in 381 national and international conferences and webinars as a keynote speaker, chair, panel member, and discuss. He has published about 172 research articles in national and international journals and edited books. He has written 2 books and edited 24 of various issues. Sir has been conferred with many awards, medals, fellowship, academic recognitions, to name a few. The Rajiv Gandhi Gold Medal Award 2015, Dr. Radhakrishnan Gold Medal Award 2015, Bharat Ratna Indira Gandhi Gold Medal Award 2018, Bharat Ratna Dr. Abdul Kalam Gold Medal Award 2018, Lifetime Academic Achievement Award 2019 by Maya Publications, Chennai, and so on. Over to you, sir, for the session.
Okay, thank you. Is it audible? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good morning, one and all present here for this national seminar. I'm directly coming to the point. Respected Reverend Dr. Leonard Fernando, S.J., Rector. Respected Reverend Dr. S. Peter, S.J., Secretary. Respected Reverend Dr. M. Arakiswamy Xavier, S.J., Principal. Respected Dr. F.R. Alexander Praveen Thurai, Head of the Department of Commerce. Respected Dr. V. Pastin Jero, convener of this program. Respected Dr. S. Aruldas, organizing secretary of this program. Respected Dr. John Dean, School of Management Studies. Dr. K. Alec, Vice Principal Academic. And Dr. Rose Venice, Dean, IKC. My dear professors, friends, and our senior most professor, Professor I.M. Pillai. He was my, not only senior most, he was my teacher also. I attended some of his classes when I was a student in Cochin. My dear friends and students, at the outset, let me congratulate the department for organizing such an important seminar at present. And I am also very much thankful to the management, the department, and the organizers for having given me this very good opportunity to come over here and share certain views. Regarding COVID and its impact on migration, unorganized workers, and marginalized groups in India. As it is always, useful for us, people like me, to go to, I mean, certain seminars. If some experts, I mean, in the field talks first, I mean, they used to share almost all the ideas with respect to the problems. I mean, going on at present in India, and we can only supplement the points. I mean, what is not covered in the earlier speech. And here, I mean, today we had an excellent economist, I mean, Professor Rangarajan. I mean, he's also my close friend and guide also. And so my always, I mean, my well-wisher also. I mean, he talked almost, he covered and I mean, almost all the areas. I mean, regarding the impact of COVID in recent, I mean, years and its impact on Indian economy. So whatever points, I mean, I wanted to share with you, I mean, regarding the impact of COVID on certain issues, already been shared by Professor Rangarajan. And I want to give some additional information which you already, heard or learned or discussed in many platforms in your department or in India, in your state, at many, platforms. And I'm directly coming to the point because already, I mean, so most areas already covered by Professor Rangarajan. So I'm directly coming to the point, which areas which are not covered in this speech. The first point is that India has a labor force of around 500 million. I mean, though government of India used to say that it is 485 million, something like that. In fact, India has a labor force of around 500 million in India. After this one, nearly around, 240, 245 million people, directly engaged with agriculture sector. Almost all these, after these 500 million, around 31 to 32 million only coming under organized workers. Only 32 million only coming under organized workers. The remaining, 270, around 470 million people coming under unorganized sector or informal sector without much social security measures with respect to their wage, pension benefit, provident benefits, insurance benefit, or disability benefits, or insurance, whatever may be benefits which are generally applicable to, workers in India. And only 30, around 31 million people, only around 30 to 31 million people only coming under organized sector with all the provisions needed, provisions of protection needed for them available in India. This is one side. And one more point is that as per the socio-economic caste census 2011, I'm telling that 2011 census data. Now we are in the 2000, even 21 over. As per 10 years back data, Government of India revealed that around 500 million people in India, around 500 million people in India, have less than 5 cents of land in India. As per the socio-economic caste census 2011, had clearly stated that India has around 500 million people. They have less than 5 cents of land, or even sometimes no land at all. That is why even the agriculture sector, we have, agriculture coolie workers. Those who have land is small holdings of land, or marginal holdings of land, or large landholders one side. But other than that, we have, I mean, farmers or we have agricultural workers without any land at all. Maybe they may be having maybe 3 cents of land or maybe 5 cents of land, and they generally they used to work in the agriculture sector as coolie workers. This is, one side. So this way or that way, we have around 500 million people as workers, generally, and out of that one, only 31% are coming under organized sector. The remaining people are unorganized, working in the informal sector. Now, the question is why people are migrating from rural areas to urban areas. There are so many, advantages or useful factors which are meant for, I mean, migration from rural areas to urban areas. And before that one, just I want to share one point. Uh, Generally, in Kerala, if you go to any Ayurvedic medical shop or even Ayurvedic treatment, in the hospital, I mean, doctors used to, I mean, not now, but some years back, around 30 years back, if you go to any Ayurvedic hospital, they used to prescribe a medicine. They used to prescribe a medicine. I mean, that medicine, that single medicine, that will cure all your diseases. Suppose you have a headache, that will be cured. If you have, a pain, body pain problem, that will be cured. If you have, I mean, chest congestion, that will be cured. If you have, I mean, sneezing problem, that will be cured. Even if you have knee problem, I mean, pressure problem, a little bit tension problem, if you take this single medicine, generally we used to call, I mean, ഒറ്റ മൂലിക. I mean, in Malayalam, we used to say that Otta Mulliga medicine. If you take this medicine, that is the medicine for all your, I mean, physical problems for time being. And so, recent years, what I would see that, I mean, most of our economic problems, I mean, whether it is related to agriculture problems, whether it is related to industrial problems, whether it is related to service sector problems, unemployment problems, poverty problems, even, I mean, all our, I mean, hungry problems, all we used to say that because of COVID, all these problems occurred in India. I mean, generally, we used to have a discussion like that. I mean, because of COVID, poverty increased. Because of COVID, hungry index. Because of COVID, casualization of work. I mean, in the economic sector took place. Because of COVID, I mean, industrial. We lost. I mean, we have more unorganized. It's not like that. COVID, one of the advantages of COVID at present is that COVID only, brought the real condition of Indian economy to the policymakers. In fact, COVID, gave an opportunity for the policymakers in India to realize, to understand what is the status of Indian economy at present. Yes, generally, we used to say that India is the fifth largest economy. Even at present also we are telling that India is the fifth largest economy in the world with around 3.5, billion US dollars in the nominal terms. We proud of you say that India is the fifth largest economy in the world. It's well and good. We always said, Professor Rangarajan also pointed out that, within a short period, we are going to have 5 trillion economy. Maybe, 2026, 27 period or 2009, 29, 30 period, India will be 5 trillion economy. And one more estimate is there. The World Bank has stated that by the time when 2047, India will be 40 trillion US dollar economy. India will be 40 trillion US dollar economy. As Professor Rangarajan clearly pointed out that if we go with 9% GDP growth rate for next 4 or 5 years, definitely India will be a fifth largest economy 2026-27 period. There's no doubt about that one. But that is well and good. And one side our GDPs keep on increasing, and we used to say that we calculate our rank as a first, second, third, fourth, something like that. But on the other hand, we have 500 million landless, coolie workers in India, and nearly 470 million unorganized workers in India. Nearly what one can say that after liberalization or privatization or globalization, 70% of our labor market being at present, unorganized. 70% one can say that. Not only that one, even in the organized sector, now it has been calculated that 9.5% of the, organized sector now coming under unorganized, coming under with unorganized workers. Even the sector is organized. But that organized sector also has around 9.5% of the workers coming under unorganized. This is the bad condition of Indian economy. And what is it, then why people are migrating from rural areas to urban areas? One point you have to keep in your mind that after independence, government of India gave a lot of importance to industrialization. And in 48, government of India brought industrial policy resolution. 56, another industrial policy resolution, and 1977 industrial policy statement, 1980 industrial policy statement, 1991 we almost liberalized, we gave license-free industrialization programs. 2005 government of India brought a special economic zone program, and 2014 Make India program, then 15 Mudra scheme, 16 startup program, and we are giving a lot of importance to agriculture sector, but almost most of these industrial sectors are cornered in the urban and suburban areas. Particularly, certain states, what I can say that states like Gujarat, states like Maharashtra, states like Karnataka, states like Tamil Nadu, even a little to a large extent, even Andhra Pradesh also. Mo- This though after industrialization, liberalization, industrialization programs took place in India, but almost most of these industries concentrated only in urban areas, and that too certain states. On the other hand, states like Odisha, states like Madhya Pradesh, even Eastern Bihar, Eastern Uttar Pradesh, Bengal, Chhattisgarh, and even most of northeastern states are highly been neglected by the industrialization programs, or these states are mainly depend on agriculture sector. Though government of India keep on telling that agriculture is the backbone of our economy, and we made a lot of achievements with respect to agriculture production and the productivity, something like that, but actually these states are not advanced, though they are basically agri-based states. But compared to Western states, compared to Southern states in India, these states are highly been neglected because of these states are highly concentrated on agricultural production. Agriculture is not a profitable making business in India. And the average income of the farmers, it has been calculated by the government of India around 10,500 only. Even 2016 period, government of India formed a committee under Dalwai committee, to look into how to double the farmers' income in India. But the Ashok Dalwai committee came with a lot of suggestions how to increase double the farmers' income, because as I told that 53% of our unorganized workers are mainly concentrated on agriculture sector, and to improve the agriculture sector, to double the farmers' income, the Ashok Dalwai committee came with a lot of recommendations. But unfortunately, most of the recommendations are not sincerely been implemented, are not properly, extended to the people at the bottom level, particularly marginal small landholders in India. The result is that the farmers' income is not, profitable one, and two-thirds of their profit is taken over by the people involved in agricultural trade. The farmers are getting only one third of the profit what they are making out of their cultivation or production. The result, because of the, agriculture is not profit-making industries. The younger generations, the new generations in the rural areas, particularly the semi-skilled or skilled workers in rural areas, not getting job opportunities. They used to migrate from rural areas to urban areas in search of livelihood. Overall, before the COVID period, period, nearly 150 million, interstate migrant workers were there in India. And just before, Corona period, 150 million, youngsters, particularly youngsters, due to lack of employment opportunities in the rural areas, due to, lack of profit in the agriculture sector, due to lack of credit facilities for the agriculture sector, due to lack of, marketing facilities for the agriculture sector, migrated from rural areas to urban areas, particularly faraway states, in search of livelihood. This is the, they were landed in unorganized workers like construction sector, real estate sector, hospitality sector, hotels, restaurants, and this type of, sectors they have landed, and not only landed without any social security measures, no fixed wages for them, no fixed, security measures in the form of pension benefits, insurance benefits, I mean, provident fund benefits, disability benefits, money for educating their children, money for constructing houses. No such social security measures available for them so far. Even recently, government of India came to know that only 16% of the unorganized workers insured their life. In fact, 16% of the people, insured their life. As insurance scheme for them. But present government has announced Jeevan Jyoti program. Jeevan Prime Minister's Jeevan Jyoti program for the unorganized workers. But very limited people only, availed that scheme. And even for agricultural farmers, the government of India came with Prime Minister's fiscal, agri insurance program, but only 26% of the farmers so far availed this type of, Prime Minister's Pascal, insurance program for the farmers. Insuring their crops to avoid some unnecessary, avoid their, crop from flood or drought, whatever may be conditions. So, overall, this is the condition. So they are migrating from rural areas to urban areas in search of livelihood, and their condition without, proper wage structure, without proper security measures, and as a coolie workers, as a daily wage workers, as casual workers. This is one side. And the result is that when on the day when due to COVID, when government of India announced lockdown March 24 night, midnight onwards, all these 150 million people became, jobless, because government announced all the industries should be closed down, all the transport should be, closed down. No transport system. Economic activities had been completely closed down, locked down from March, 24th night onwards, 25th morning onwards. The result was that all these 150 million people became jobless, incomeless, and no transport, facilities to, to go to their, native places, native villages, since they came from faraway places, except Kerala, I'm telling you. Only Kerala government, took care of the, migrant workers in a better way. Other than Kerala states, most of the states, workers started walking towards the villages, thousands of kilometers from, Tamilnadu to, Assam, even Maharashtra to Assam, even Odisha, even, states like Gujarat to their native places, because though I don't want to go to those areas. But thing is that what we are telling that not only, 150 million people, migrated from rural areas to urban areas in search of livelihood. And one more point is that because of lockdown, government of India estimated that nearly 80 crore people, 80 crore people, out of 1.4 billion population in India, around 800 million people became jobless, and they were actually, food insecure condition. It's not that 150 million people lost their job opportunities in faraway states. That's a different issue. But overall, all over India, around 800 million people lost their livelihood overall, not only in the migrant workers, even those who are working in the small scale industries, those who are working in the hospitality sector, those who are working in the transport sector, those who are working in the agriculture sector, those who are working in the fish processing industries, whatever may be the industrial sectors, they are working as, casual workers, daily wage workers, or on contract basis, or guest, basis, they lost their livelihood. Overall, if you put together all the figures, around 800 million people out of 1.4 billion India's total population, 800 billion people, they lost their livelihood. They got no savings, they have no income, and no money even to purchase, food items needed for them. And finally, to help these people, government came with a plan known as the Prime Minister Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. This after, the point is that we are telling India's fifth largest economy in the world. 75 years of, liberalization, privatization, 75 years of independence over, and 32 years of, liberalization, privatization, globalization also over. Nearly 12 fire plans government of India already implemented with so many, programs to create employment opportunities, to remove poverty. Even 1971, government of India came with Karib Katta, remove poverty from India program. 1971, Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister of India. And in 75, government of India introduced the 20-point program. 20-point program. Including rural employment generation, poverty. In balanced development, regional development. So many, objectives. 20-point program that also there. Even the 11th fire plan, government of India adopted the, inclusive policy program. After scheme after scheme, plan after plan, programs after programs implemented before COVID period. But finally, government of India realized that around 800 million people lost their livelihood, and no savings, no job opportunities, no, social security measures, no pension, no profit, no disability, no income for traveling from their place to another place, and this is overall condition. the thing is that here we have to say thankful to, I mean, COVID-19, because I mean, generally we used to say that, I mean, India is the largest economy, something like that. But the COVID only brought, it is not the fifth largest economy in the world. Okay, okay, I mean money terms, but actually, okay, this is the condition. 800 million people are there. I mean, there's no, I mean, continuous job opportunities for them. There's no, I mean, continuous, I mean, employment opportunities for them, and they will lose everything. They will lose everything, and that was the condition. I mean, COVID brought to the, I mean, not only Indian policymakers, to the world. That is why, all along, that is why the present government realized, Modi government realized that how long we talk about poverty, how long we talk about inequality, how long we talk about, I mean, malnutrition and infant mortality, something like that. Even the 2021, I mean, the World Inequality Report has stated that nearly 1% of India's total population, just 1% of India's total population, taking away 27% of India, 22% of India's GDP, and nearly, I mean, 10% of India's total population, taking away 57% of India's GDP, and and only 13%, only 13% of India's GDP, I mean, shared by nearly, I mean, gone to the 50% of the total population at the bottom level. This type of, I mean, inequality is existing in income distribution in India. Even our present, I mean, member of, I mean, Nidhi Ayog, Ramesh Chand, I mean, in most of his research studies, he used to point it out that in 1995, the gap between rich people and poor people in India was around 24,500 rupees. And in 2014, I mean 15, it increased to 1.4 lakh rupees. I mean, from 24,500 to 1.4 lakh, I mean, rupees. I mean, the gap between rich people and poor people, I mean, increased. So from this itself, I mean, we could understand that GDP is not of the overall GDP is not the criteria for India's economic development. But when we go deep into the, I mean, section wise, caste wise, community wise, region wise, we have a lot of, I mean, inequality, a lot of, I mean, disequilibrium among the development of the distribution of income in India. And one more thing is that even the Global Hunger Index 2021 placed India as 101st rank out of 116 countries. As per this record, I mean, due to, I mean, malnutrition, what are the criteria for, I mean, keeping India as a 101st countries out of 116 countries, that India has 36% of India's school-going children are suffering from malnutrition, and suffering from lack of weight, suffering from stunted growth, and even infant mortality is around 28 compared to 5 in European countries. Even in Kerala also it is 5 only. So considering all these factors, India is always, I mean, though one side, I mean, we are telling that India GDP is like that. Another side, we have all the economic problems. Even Professor Rangarajan in his report in 2014 had clearly pointed out that 29.5% of Indians are living below the poverty line, not even having single time food in certain pockets. This is morning Professor Rangarajan, I mean, clearly made it clear. But he in his findings only has, I mean, noted that 29% of Indians are living below the poverty, not even having single time food there. He submitted his report in 2014 to the, I mean, Government of India. And if we convert this 29.5% of India's population to in number terms, around 400 million people in India are not having sufficient food in India. They're suffering from malnutrition. And when we compare this 400 million population with, I mean, India's independent population, at the time of independence, India had only 340 million population. That means India has, I mean, more than independent population below the poverty line at present, even after 75 years of independence. Because of this problem only, I mean, this we understood only when COVID came. If COVID is not, I mean, occurred all over the world or in India, we always telling only the high five figures, our life expectancy increased, our food grains production increased, or even literacy level increased from 10% to, I mean, 77%. We always tell some high five figures, but actually, what is the condition of people at the bottom level? What is the condition of the people at the rural level? What is the condition of the people at the unorganized sector? We never, I mean, never come forward to resolve them. But the COVID gave an opportunity for the government and the policy makers to realize that the real economic condition of the people in India, particularly those who are in the unorganized sector, particularly in the minuscule minority communities in India. And so now the government wanted to solve the problem. Government wanted to solve the problem. That's why I told that here, government wanted to solve the problem in not in such a way that and came with a program known as the Atmanirbhar Bharat. In fact, in 2000, 2020, May 13, Modi, government announced a package program to overcome the COVID-affected, Indian economy. The Prince already told that whether it's V-shaped growth or U-shaped growth or W-shaped growth or K-shaped growth. In fact, what one can say that 75 years of independence, India's independence is moving like a K-shape of growth only. What I can say that some group of people, around 10% of the people taking away a major chunk of India's GDP, and the remaining 90% of the people are, in the middle level and the bottom level. In fact, what one can say that after opening Chinese economy in 1979, China lifted around 800 million people above the poverty line and made them as rich people in China. But in India, even after 31, 32 years of liberalization, privatization, globalization policies, did not help. 800 million move to the upper layer of Indian economy. In fact, they were more or less in the same level of economy even after 75 years independence. And so, to overcome all these problems, the present government came with a package known as Atmanirbhar Bharat. Economy one pillar, and infrastructure development one pillar, and the technology driven system one pillar, and a vibrant demography one pillar. Then demand one pillar. Because with these five pillars, he announced in May 13, 2020, and 2021, when Madam, Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, so present in the budget, say came with another six pillars in addition to the five pillars, known as health and well-being, physical, financial capital, and infrastructure development, inclusive development for aspirational India, and human capital formation, then research and development and innovation, then maximum governance, minimum government. These pillars in 2021 and 2022, Madam came with another, seven engine of growth. Seven engine of growth in 2022 budget only. Madam came with, seven engine of growth to help, the six pillars and also the five pillars of Atmanirbhar Bharat program. The seven pillars, Madam identified that without, industrialization the country, without, heavy investment on infrastructure development, we cannot remove poverty, we cannot remove inequality, we cannot create employment opportunities, we cannot create, regional, regional, disequilibrium in India. And for that, she came with a new package known as the seven engine of growth. Heavy investment on road infrastructure, road sector, heavy investment on railway sector, heavy investment on port development, heavy investment on airport development, heavy investment on specialty, terminals, under terminals already proposed, and even waterways development, massive waterways development, like that type of schemes. Madam present, President 22 budget. Generally, these seven engines are, are classified as Amrit Kal program. Plan for next 25 years. Plan for next 25 years. This next 25 years, what we have to do? What are the areas we failed so far for the last 75 years? In the case of employment generation, in the case of reduction of poverty, in the case of reduction of inequality, in the case of agriculture production, in the case of, creating equality, the removal of gap between rich and poor people. What are the areas we failed so far? The COVID, highlighted, or brought to the policymakers. Now, present government at central level realized the importance of, taking to next 25 years. By the time already, I told that by the time 2047, when India celebrated hundreds years of independence, the present government wanted to see that there's no poverty in India, there's no inequality in India, there's no, everybody is getting opportunities, job opportunities in India. The job guarantee should be ensured to 2047. No poverty, no inequality, no hungry. And for that, the government of India came with a new plan. That plan only known as Atmanirbhar Bharat, the 6 pillars of, Madam Nirmala Sitharamanji. Then, 7 pillars of engine of growth. If these programs are implemented scientifically, systematically, already Government of India earmarked around 7.5 lakh crores for capital sector, and nearly 68% of our defense requirements should be, produced, purchased from local manufacturers. Nearly 5 lakh crores already been allotted for small, micro, medium scale enterprises under emergency credit line insurance. Emergency credit line guarantee program, and nearly are 80,000 houses under Prime Minister's Awas Yojana also been planned to constructed, to ensure housing for each eligible person in India. And like that, so many schemes were, scheme after schemes under Americal program, Atmanirbhar Bharat program, Government of India announced, and already government decided that, we should create we should create another 8 million employment opportunities within, before, 2047, 2047. That's what government plan to, achieve by the time 2047. And the thing is that in India, every year in India, around 12 million children are coming out of our educational institutions. After that one, around 2 million, engineering graduates. Due to lack of employment opportunities in India, and around 80% of our engineers are unemployed. And not only unemployed, they are going for, works which are not suitable to their work, suitable to their qualifications, and they're working as a casual workers, daily wage workers, coolie workers. Even PhD scholars are going to used to apply for a peon post in India, sweeper post in India, even joining military services, something like this. So this is the condition. To overcome these problems, the government of India decided to create around 8 million employment opportunities. So at present, government is able to generate, both central and state governments able to generate only 4 million employment opportunities in India, but we need 8 more million job opportunities for the graduates who are coming out of educational institutions. So the present government decided to, create additional 8 million employment opportunities in under small, medium, micro scale enterprises, and also in the road sector, also in the defense sector, also in infrastructure sector also. For that, the new program has been designed, namely Americal program, and so. In fact, COVID brought a lot of, negative things to Indian labor market, but now government realized that, and even government India brought, labor code, 4 labor codes for wages. Government of India brought labor code for, industry relations. Government brought wage code. Industry relations code, even social security industry code brought down, and even for, work conditions also, there's a code. 4 labor codes were brought by present government, central government, to ensure minimum wages for the workers, to ensure insurance for the workers, to ensure social security measures for the workers. Even nearly 27 acts were there with respect to employees, workers in India, but central government put together all the acts and in 4 codes. Now labor code has already been implemented in India. Definitely, all these labor codes will provide social security measures for the workers. Compulsory insurance scheme. Under Prime Minister Jeevan program, compulsory insurance scheme should be already been implemented, but it will come. And also pension scheme for the workers. Pension scheme. Prime Minister's, Sri Ram, Sram program. 3,000 rupees after 60 years. That scheme also implemented by the government of India. Like that, so many welfare measures, taken by the government of India to overcome the COVID affected, labor market in India. And the advantage, the only thing what we have to do, we have to ensure, most of us, we are coming from rural areas. We have to ensure that every unorganized worker, insured his life under, Jeevan Jyoti program. Every unorganized worker is, ensured his life under Sri Ram, Prime Minister Sri Ram, pension program. Like that, we have to bring every, I mean, non-professional workers under insurance program, under pension program, even agricultural farmers. I mean, farmer working some credit card program. I mean, they should get a Kisan program. So if every worker, I mean, both organized workers in the urban areas, both unorganized workers in urban areas, unorganized workers in agriculture sector, if they registered for the Jeevan Jyoti program, they will get 2 lakh rupees. I mean, if in the event of any death occurred, even 4 lakh rupees, I mean, medical treatment also they will get, I mean, free of cost, so that they need not spend any money from their pockets in the case of emergency situations. And so what I like to suggest here is that workers, I mean, one more point just I would like to share with you, that as the President government already gave importance to agriculture sector. Hereafter, the agriculture should be not only giving importance to production productivity. Nearly 30% of what we are producing in India simply wasted due to lack of storage facilities, lack of godown facilities, lack of food processing industries in India. We are producing more. In fact, we are food grains alone 360 million food grains we produced. I mean, even the COVID period. Even in the case of, I mean, horticulture items, 335 million horticulture items we produce: flowers, fruits, vegetables, pelted cereal items. But and milk, in the case of milk, nearly 200 and, I mean, 8 million tons of milk product we produced. It is number one in the world. It is a milk production number one in the world. Though we are producing more, but simply 30% of what we are producing in India is simply wasted due to lack of storage facilities or processing facilities. What I like to suggest here is that let the government, I mean, construct very large godowns in the rural areas to store the agricultural products. Let the government construct air conditioned, I mean, godown facilities in the rural areas to store the vegetables, fruits when there is no demand for these products. Also, let the government start food processing industries in the rural areas, so that whatever they stored in the godowns, whatever they stored in the air conditioned godowns can be processed, can be converted into value-added products, and then these products can be transported to marketing facilities within India or foreign markets through air conditioned transport facilities. As I already, I mean, under one of the important pillar, one of the important engine of growth of, I mean, American program is that multi-speciality, 100 multi-specialty, I mean, logistic terminals. In that, I mean, definitely every village will be provided air-conditioned container facilities, and through the container they can convert they can transport the converted, I mean, value-added products into local market and to the foreign countries. If government do like that, automatically, I mean, the farmers' income will be not only doubled, it will be 3 times, 4 times, even 5 times it will be increased. And that opportunity, I mean, so far we did not create for the farmers. No, what I would like to suggest here is that the government of India should, I mean, should spend more money for infrastructure development in rural areas in the form of, I mean, storage facilities, pension, I mean, storage facilities, and also food processing industries. Then automatically the workers, farmers, the agricultural coolie workers who are working in the agriculture sector later on, I mean, work in the food processing industries, and their income throughout the year will be ensured. And that guarantee, I mean, government should do with respect to rural areas. Already, government of India introduced a drone system to increase some, I mean, areas under production productivity, even application of fertilizer, pesticide, something like that. But in addition to this one, and the air conditioned food processing industries in rural areas must. And another one important area is that government should industrialize the country. I mean, in India, agriculture is the backbone of our economy, is well and good. But when you go to America, when you go to European countries, 3% of the people only engaged with agriculture sector. Agriculture contribution to America's GDP is only less than 3% only. But people engaged in the agriculture sector are also less than 3% only. But in India, agriculture contributes only 14% to India's GDP, but nearly 47-48% of the people directly engaged in the agriculture sector. And discrimination in employment is there, and agriculture coolie workers are there. We have to resolve this problem. For that, what government has to do, I mean, as 2005, government of India brought one special economic zone act. 2005, Government of India brought one Special Economic Zone Act. One of the advantages of this act is that it will attract foreign direct investment. It will create investment within the country. It will create industrialize the country. It will, create employment opportunity for the local people. It will increase productivity of the, within the country, and surplus. It will help us to increase exports. If we keep on exporting more, we will earn foreign exchange, and with that foreign exchange we can do a lot of, we have around 500 billion US dollars only foreign exchange reserve at present. In fact, before COVID, before this Ukraine war, India got around 635 billion US dollars worth of foreign exchange reserve. We got because of the, Russia Ukraine problem. Increase oil price. Our foreign exchange reserve has come down to around 500 billion. But why I'm telling that, if government has to, go for, giving much importance to a special economic zone program. In fact, one simple example I can tell you, then I will come to the conclusion. In fact, 1979, China opened its borders for foreign direct investment. Before that, China was considered as China was considered as inefficient economy and highly centralized economy, not profit-making industry economy, highly closed economy, something like that. 79, China opened its border for foreign direct investment in the name of Special Economic Zone Program. Within this, 1979, China opened its, border for foreign direct investment, and 1991, we opened our economy for foreign direct investment. But unfortunately, we are not able to attract FDI in such a way what we expected. At the same time, received a lot of foreign direct investment. By using foreign direct investment, China became industrialized country. China created a lot of employment opportunity for people. China started exporting a lot of commodities to the world market. Even 65% of the most of the toys items are coming from China only. And when China exported a lot, they started getting a lot of foreign exchange through their exports. This foreign exchange reserve, that foreign exchange worth of India's GDP, around 3.2 trillion US dollars worth of foreign exchange reserve China has at present. China is utilizing the foreign exchange reserve for infrastructure development, industrialization development, scientific development, even extending credit facilities. Most of the countries all over the world, even Sri Lanka port is, developed with Chinese, money only. So, special economic zone is an important program for industrializing the country. So countries like India should go for, government of India, already in the 2021 policy, Madam clearly stated that a new act will be brought in the, to help special economic zone program. So government has to, once again, government of India has to go for implementation of the special economic zone program in a very war-footing manner. If they do like that, definitely India will create a sufficient number of. India can easily create 8 million employment opportunities for our children. By the time when India reaches, 100th year of independence celebration in 2047, India will be fully employed country. India will be, without any poverty. India will be without any, inequality. India will be without any hungry. And for that, special economic zone should be implemented with dedication, little bit dedication, with sincere also, with dedication, sincere. Government of India has to go for, introduction of the special economic zone program. And these are the, points I just, I want to share with you. So, though Corona brought a lot of, disadvantages for the Indian economy. In fact, Corona only, alert the country, alert the policymakers in India, or India wake up. India wake up from sleep. That GDP alone is not the criteria for economic development. We have successful people. Not having all the things, something like that. And so we, with this I am just coming to the final part of my speech. And you can, if you want to have interaction with me, most welcome. And once again, I am very much thankful to the management, Department of Commerce, and all the, organizers of this program for having given me this very good opportunity. Thank you once again. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so giving us this wonderful session on the impact of COVID-19 on migrant work laborers, minimum wage earners, unemployed workers, and semi-skilled workers. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Professor, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, sir? Please, any questions you can ask me.
Dear participants, do you have any questions? The forum is open now. Thank you, sir, for the session.
Yeah, welcome. Any questions? You are most welcome, and we can have discussion at any time.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
ஆனர் பண்றது சார் இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் பண்றது
We are now stepping into the second session of the day. For that, we have amongst us Dr. S. Pillai, Professor and Head, Retired, Department of Economics, Bhadidasan University, Tiruchirappalli. Sir has completed his PhD in Institute for Social and Economics Change, Bengaluru. Sir has been the coordinator for the Student Empowerment Cell, Alagappa University since 2018. Honored Professor in the Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, Bhadidasan University, Tiruchirappalli. Sir is a life member in Indian Economic Association, Delhi. Sir has written various books related to economics in both English and Tamil. Sir has published various articles and journals since 2000. Sir has supervised 20 PhD scholars and 55 MPhil scholars. Sir is going to inculcate us about economic slowdown on livelihoods and agricultural laborers problem due to COVID-19 pandemic. Now we have Dr. Bastin Jerome sir to honor the resource person with a shawl. Thank you, Professor. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Time I don't have watch. At any time, just now I will. It's good afternoon or good morning? Good afternoon. Okay. So you are very busy with your own talking. You don't want to listen to the speakers. So shall I have different kind of presentation instead of monologue? Shall we have discussion? Because now it is lunchtime. I don't want to trouble you much. You are all very young people with a lot of matters to be discussed. We old people have nothing. Other than subject, we don't know anything. But you are all young people. You have to settle in life. You have to go for a match. So many things are there. Job opportunities. So I don't want to trouble you. I would like to ask you to ask questions. If I know, I will answer. Otherwise, I will try to answer maybe less. You can ask questions or I will ask questions. Which will you are going to ask me questions or I will? Title is given. I given the slide presentation also. I think if we can read better, we don't read, that is very good. I given some 24 slides, not many, but I don't want to read the exactly same thing. But now my presentation, because after listening to Professor Arunachalam, Professor Angara, great people, I don't want to follow the same method. One, I give to you ask me questions, or I will ask you questions. Either way, I will be happy with both of this. Looking at slide, no, I will. 24 slides are there. So you first ask anybody any questions relating to COVID, slowdown, livelihoods, migration, agricultural labor, MSMEs, foreign exchange reserves, Sensex index, anything you ask, or I will ask questions. No, let us keep like that. I don't want to give mono lecture because I know at a young age and this time you will not be able to listen to me for so many hours. Okay, you ask question. You ask me any question, I will not say that I will can definitely answer. If I may not be able to answer also. Or I will ask simple questions. Which way, madam, what shall I do? Shall I ask or you ask? Which is better? In திருவிளையாடல் கேட்கறது பத்தி பரவாயில்லன்னு சொல்லுவாங்கல்ல, ஒரு லாங் கேட்கறதே ஈஸி. நீங்க கேளுங்க, இல்லை நான் கேட்குறேன். Shall I ask question? Okay, when this first lockdown was announced in India? Yeah, very good. So you put 10 marks for you. 10 marks. Okay. What is the present level of sensitive index? Sensex present level. Very good. Somebody said, yeah, put 10 marks for you. Sensex. What is Nifty? Huh? 1 6 or 6? Very good. Put 10 marks. You just let us see. You simply think that you are going to write TNPSC Group 2 examination or JRF NET examination. You take how many questions you are able to answer. Okay. Where is Reserve Bank of India headquarters? Reserve Bank of India's headquarters. Delhi. Put minus 10 marks. Mumbai 10 marks. And just you assess yourself. You assess yourself. The policies suggested by RBI is known as policy suggested by RBI, Reserve Bank of India, is known as morning. Ragarajan to explain. Morning is the policies announced by policies announced by Reserve Bank of India is known as very good monetary policy. 10 marks. No, you just see where are you. Monetary policy. Very good. The fiscal policy is announced by government of, okay, 10 marks. Any one example for fiscal policy? There are many policies. One example for fiscal policy? I'm not able to hear. Please louder. No, right or wrong, don't bother. I am not. Healthcare. Still specifically? Okay, you can put 2 marks. Repo rate comes under monetary policy. What is the present repo rate? Present repo rate? No, repo rate. Recently it was changed, slightly increased. 4 point, excellent. 10 marks you put, 10 marks. What do you mean by repo rate? Repurchase, very good. As a result, interest rate will go up or interest rate will come down. Increasing repo rate will increase the interest rate or decrease the interest rate. Try. It will increase the interest rate. So will it be good for the borrowers or not bad for the borrowers? Good for the borrowers, good for the depositors. Good for the depositors. Okay, good for the depositors. So borrowing will increase or decrease? Borrowing will decrease. What will happen to investment? Investment will be affected. So why do they have this kind of policy? Now we want to increase investment because of unemployment, so many things. As described by Rangarajan, we have a lot of unemployment. So many problems are there, we discussed. Then and this is the time we should encourage investment. No, again he said, one growth rate is function of, he gave one models. Growth rate is determined by 2 key concepts, he said. What are those? G is equal to S over V. Rangarajan said, S over V. What do you mean by V? He explained in the morning. What is E? V? See, now you understand your grasping power. You know, this is for you. You know, morning he explained. V is equal to ICOR, incremental capital output ratio. Yeah, capital output ratio. So what is presently incremental capital output ratio in India? Capital output ratio in India right now? Any idea? What is the domestic saving as percentage of GDP? He has said domestic saving as proportion of GDP. Now these are economics I know, but I think you also need to know your commerce. No, without economics, commerce cannot do. Because these are directly relating to you. ICOR means incremental capital output ratio. S means savings rate. To what extent the household save in India? He said, Rangarajan also said, 7% of GDP. What is the stock of foreign exchange reserves now, as and now? Foreign exchange, again Rangarajan answered and Arunachalam also. What is the level of forex reserves in India? No, you judge yourself. See, these are all the questions, general questions. Whether you go to any government service, they will ask like that. Any government, TNPSC Group 2 or Group 1 or UPSC or UGC, JRF net, there will be questions like this. For commerce also. Now what I am asking, foreign exchange reserve. What is the current level of foreign exchange reserve in India? Foreign exchange reserves. Again stated by both the speakers. Compared to 2 months back, now it has come down or gone up. Forex has come down or gone up. It has come down. To what extent? See, these are the data available in the newspaper also. So it is above $500 billion or below $500 billion now. Now it is above $500 billion, below $500 billion. Any idea? Okay, you see yourself. You try to understand factually. Where are you? If you are not able to answer, then definitely you can be called LKG students or UKG students in economics. Economics. So presently now 574 million or billion? Billion US dollar. How many zeros are for billion? How many zeros you will put for billion? How many zeros in billion? 1 billion means equal to what? 1 billion is equal to how many crores or million? 1 billion means how many zeros you will put? Any idea? 9. I think it is simple question. Eh? Yeah, 9, very good. Million? 6. Trillion? 12. Trillion, $12. Now, what our Prime Minister Modi is talking about, Indian GDP's level will be in terms of trillion. What our Prime Minister Modi wants to achieve? That means 5, then 12 zeros, dollar. If you want to convert into rupee, you have to multiply it by how many numbers? If you want to convert into rupee, you have to multiply this number with some number. What is that number? US dollar is equal to how many rupees as of now? 77. So you have to multiply this with 77. That will be as. And what is the present level of GDP? Again, both Rangarajan and Arunachalam stated. What is the present level of GDP of India? It is higher than or lower than France? Compared to France, Germany, UK, our GDP, less or more? As of now, what is the highest GDP country in the world? Highest GDP, which country? America or China or Russia? What is the level of GDP of America, US? US. Okay, next is second topmost country is China. And third is Russia. Next, fourth is no, UK, Germany, France are almost similar to India. Slightly small differences. For 2019, IMF estimated Indian GDP higher than France, Germany. But later on they revised. So as of now, our GDP is smaller than Germany, France, Italy. As of now. By 2025, they say it will cross. But as of now, it is lower. As per IMF calculation. IMF calculation. Now my question is, what is the level of GDP in India? Roughly 10 trillion, 7 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion. Which is the number closest to the actual GDP? 2 to 3, around 3. Okay, okay. That's right. That's right. So GDP was 2021, it was lower or higher than now? 2021. Lower. 2021 lower. No, as again Rangarajan stated, that we have come to the 2020 level. After 2 years, we have come to the 2020 level. Okay. Then before 2020, there was one big problem in India, which was the cause for great slowdown. Before 2020, it was not due to coronavirus. Can you remind? Which sucked 86% of the blood in Indian economy. What was that? During Modi's period. Somebody. Demonetization. Very good. Put 10 marks. Demonetization. Size of the currencies absorbed, it was around 86%. 87. Next, in July 2017, there was another big problem for Indian economy, particularly MSMEs. So first our problem started in 2016. Anybody, the exact date of demonetization? 2016? November 8, exactly. November 8. Then 2017, another problem came in. 2017, another problem. GST, very good. GST. So, Indian economy was almost in ICU in 2016-17. Then it was in coma. 2020, 21, Indian economy is coma. Now only it has come to the bed of the hospital gradually. So you slowly understand what is happening. So it is the globalization started, in my understanding, far as 2016 itself. 2019 added problems. It is added fuel to the fire. So earlier, 2016 itself, our problem started. 2007-8, global problem started. Anybody how? 2007-8, where the problem started? It was man-made or nature or economic? Nature. 2008, 7-8, any problem? 2007-8? Some problem in some part of the world with the biggest country? 2007-8, some problem which country? Economic crisis? Any? US crisis. US financial meltdown. Housing sector crisis 2007-8. 1996, many countries collapsed. 1996. 1986. 1991. Therefore, what I want to say is slowdown is not new. Either it may be natural or man-made and economic. Since 1918, our Rangarajan stated, in 1918 what happened? He said, he compared 1918 and 2020, he compared. These both were not caused by economic factors. That was caused by 2018-19, we know flu, this COVID, very good. Spanish flu. What happened to India as a result? Spanish flu. Population, human population increased or decreased? Decreased. That was the only decade in whole India for the last 200 years. That was the only decade when Indian population, absolute population decreased. So that is the first point. So Spanish flu, very good, madam. Then coronavirus. So then 1930, 1929 exactly. Any problem? 1929, any problem? Whole world faced the problem. Somebody, Great Depression, very good. You put 10 marks. Great Depression. So that affected whole country. Therefore, what I am trying to say in my slide also, economic slowdown or economic depression or economic crisis is not new. And it is not going to be end also. After 10 years, it will happen. Now it is happening in one country. Economic crisis is happening in one our neighboring country. Which is the country? Sri Lanka. Very good. Sri Lanka, it is happening. And it will happen in Indonesia. It is happening in Ukraine. It will happen in Poland. It is going to happen in Sweden. It is going to happen in Finland. So you take these countries, within 10 years, these countries who are planning to join NATO. NATO means? NATO. NATO means? Who is the leader of the NATO? US. Why Ukraine is attacked by Russia? In what way it will affect Russia? Or why America is interested in Ukraine? Why European countries are interested in Ukraine? Enna valam? What valam? Enna valam? Very good. Petroleum products from Russia is exported through the pipes through Ukraine to American, European countries. And Ukraine also has got a huge oil power. And Ukraine is rich in which grain production? Wheat. Why wheat export is banned today in India? Why wheat export is banned today in India? Why? So these are all related to COVID. Now, if you attempt any competitive examinations, they require fact-based questions. You should be very thorough with these facts. So like that, similarly. Now, regarding death and all, and as again Rangarajan stated, what was the number of deaths all over the world? death expected in India by WHO. What was the government's report? Any idea? Rangarajan stated. Due to COVID, death occurred, no problem. What was the number of deaths reported by government of India and reported by WHO? What was the difference in it? Rangarajan explained. How many times bigger or smaller? 10 times bigger. So how do you have the reliability of data? See, India says only 5 lakhs people died. But WHO says 50 lakhs people died. How this difference happened? 10 times. That means who is lying? Yaar koi solradhu? You understand? Government is under-reporting. And WHO, we don't know actual reporting or not. We don't know because we cannot cross-check. But this is a difference in every aspect. Even oxygen non-availability, Government of India says, no, oxygen was completely available. But we would have seen, I have seen with my own eyes, because of non-availability of oxygen, some of my relatives died in the van itself. They were taking in the van, but the hospitals did not allow them to get in. So as a result, in the van itself, they died, we know. In Delhi, just like forest wood, bodies were burned. அந்த போட்டோலாம் பார்த்தீங்களா? அப்படியே கிராமங்களில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த கூட்டு பொங்கல் வைப்பாங்க. அப்படியே நிறைய ஒரு 2 ஏக்கர்ல காளியத்தா கோயில், மாரியத்தா கோயில் இருக்கும். அதில் கூட்டு பொங்கல் வச்சாங்கன்னா அப்படிதான் இருக்கும். நிறைய இடத்துல அப்படியே தீ எரியும். That happened not in Tiruchi, it happened in Delhi. So much has happened. But what was the role of the government? What was expected by, again Raghuram Rajan stated, what was expected from government? What the government did? Any 1 or 2 points? What was expected from the government? If that happens, lockdown, 80% falls on around how many lakhs of people lost job? How many lakhs or crores of people lost job? Migrants, how many migrants? 4. So around 4 crores means it is bigger than Kerala population. So more than one state we lost. So many jobless. All those things we know. But what was expected from government and what government did? For example, again, 1930, when there was Great Depression, similar situation was happening. Loss of job, continuous loss of job, unemployment, all problems. At that time, what the government did? What was the government doing in 1931, 1932? Who was the person behind solving the problem of economic development 100 years back? How we solve the problem? Or why government failed this time? Any idea? This time government was successful or failed in creating liquidity? Again, our Rangarajan stated, creating liquidity was okay. What the government did? Government did one thing good. It brought down the repo rate to 4%. From 6%, Reserve Bank of India brought down to 4%. So money will be easily available for business people, for doing business, because interest rate has come down. But doing business is not only interest. That is what again our Rangarajan stated. Money was available at lower interest rate, but people were not ready to borrow. Willingness to borrow was low. Why? Can anybody say why? Earlier interest was 6%. It was brought down to 4%. But even then, people were not ready to borrow. They are not willing to borrow. What could have been the reason? என்ன காரணமாக இருந்திருக்க முடியும்? Repaying capacity, because there was no market, no demand. So you can produce more, but if there are people are not able to buy, okay, you borrow at lower interest rate, you produce more, but who will buy? For 2 years, they had no income. Migrant workers, people, many people, except the government employees, may be supported by the government system or aided college teachers and unaided college teachers and guest faculties. Almost all of them lost, in my understanding, income. So who will buy? So for whom to produce? So what should the government done? What should the government have been done? What government did? Government என்ன செய்திருக்க வேண்டும்? என்ன செய்ததுன்னு கேட்குறேன். என்ன செய்திருக்க வேண்டும்? Again, Rangarajan is, very soft economist. Rangarajan, though he belongs to government of, that is Congress government, Rangarajan, Manmohan Singh, these are very soft people. But even then they criticized. Manmohan Singh, he is economist. They all put it very softly. But there are other people, they said government is dead. There are some people, I have in my slide reference. Many people, government is dead. It is not people dying. Government is dead. The government is inactive. They did not do anything. Like that, many people said. In health, what the government did? Government could not do anything. Government could not do it. Similarly, credit. Government should have given subsidy to the borrowers. Government should have helped the investors by giving with some subsidy. But they did not do anything. Your finance minister and your so many people are there. They said, we are giving loan. Who will get the loan? See, they said loans are available. We are giving loans. Okay. But who will get loan? So what in the other countries did? In the other countries, in 2000, early 2007-8 also, America, about $4 trillion they supplied to the borrowers. But in India, our government of India or Reserve Bank of India were not ready to give subsidy to the investors. They were just like local money lenders. அந்த லேபதாவிக்கார மாதிரி நான் கடன் கொடுக்குறேன் வாங்குன்னு சொன்னாங்களே ஒழிய எப்படி கடன் வாங்க முடியும்? And MSME, small sector, already affected by GST. So government was very rude. Rude in the sense, they said you can get loan, but they never supported the borrowers or investors. As a result, the problem continued. As a result, because already there are problems in India. People say to start an industry in Singapore or any other country, they are small countries but big in GDP. Just within a week, you can start an industry. Within a week, you can close an industry. This is what is happening in the small countries but big in GDP. But in India, with my own experience, we wanted to close down one college. It took 1 year. Closing down college needs 1 year. You have to go to university, these people, that people, so many people. Then only you can close down. Closing down college is not that easy in India. Starting the college is still much difficult. If you want to construct small hall or small room, you have to go to EB, these people, that people. So they will have a lot of money. So the problem with India is starting the business is very difficult because your socio-economic bribe, so many things are there. Closing down the business, so with this condition, and again, GST tax is how much? 30%. So if you want to invest 1 crore, you have to pay 30 lakhs tax. My own experience. So who will start business here? Starting the business is not that easy. Maybe in MBA and become MCOM, you will say that lots of funding facilities are there, TIC is there, DIC is there. All you will tell. Only if you go to that agency with your proposal, then you will find that it is not that easy to get loan from them. So it is not that easy to run business in India because so many uncertainties. This government will say that government will say suddenly. So many. So what I'm trying to say is, during COVID period, the other countries did something nice. That is, they supported the entrepreneurs. But here, only few entrepreneurs are supported. Particularly, our top level ministers, they went to different countries, putting signature under MOU, which helped very few investors in our country. I don't want to mention, all start with A and U something, So only few entrepreneurs were supported by the government of India in getting business from other countries by signing MOU. So for that, our governments visited other countries, not for the rural people or poor people or agriculture people, landless people. Imagine. So government India is interested in supporting the wealth creators. All given by our people, big people. We are bothered about only wealth creators. Who are the wealth creators? Nirav Modi. So only some 10 people are wealth creators, only they must be supported. Why they must be supported? If we don't support them, they will quit India. They will quit India, so we will lose. Now foreign exchange reserve has come down, you know. Foreign exchange reserve come down. Why? United States bank raised the interest rate. Slightly, US bank raised the interest rate. So all the people took away our money from this country and went to that country. As a result, we lost 50 billion US dollar, which is equal to 1 month import. So that is a problem in Sri Lanka. Why they are not able to give fuel? You could have seen the roads. People are waiting for petrol, gas, and so many things. Why they are not able to import? Because they never had foreign exchange reserves. Why there no foreign exchange reserves? They did not export anything. So without exporting, how will you get? Now, same thing is happening, but unfortunately, we have $570 billion. So we need not worry. But it will not continue. If US slightly raises the interest rate, then this 500, if it goes, then we'll go to 1990. Same thing. That is why we are also interested. You understand? Repo rate was increased by from 4 to 4.4. What is time, madam? I should not tax you. 110. I am 5 minutes. So you understand, repo rate was raised in order to give incentive to deposit, because otherwise much more money from India would have gone to American banks. It happened in 1997. Which countries? Same thing happened. 1997. In some countries it happened. What? One person, George Soros, he took away all his money from that country to America. As well, those countries faced a problem. Can you mention any country? So this is what in generally people have general studies. If you go to UPSC or civil services or SSC, Staff Selection Commission, or TNPSC or Railway Selection or bank, they put all this in general studies. So if you don't read all these things, you can get MPhil, PhD and all, but getting job in bank is not that. You may have MCom, MPhil and all, but you should know what. So any country, one country at least, 1997, exactly 1997, June 30th, this problem started. Any one country? Okay, southeast of India, between India and Australia. Fourth largest country in terms of population. Biggest Muslim population. Ruled by Hindu president. So many clues. Between India and Australia. Country with more than 10,000 islands. More than 10,000 islands. Java is one. Oh, very good. So which country? Indonesia. Indonesia is a country which comes fourth in the terms of population, next to America. First China, second India, third is America, fourth Indonesia. Ruled by Hindu president for more than 35 years. Mostly populated by Muslim population. More than 10,000 islands. That such a big country collapsed within a day. So, I don't panic you, but I warn. India is now okay, but if there is small problem in India, we will also have big problem. So there are so many examples. Venezuela, South of America. So many countries, one after another country, are facing problem. Main cause is one is USSR, another USA. They don't fight directly. America will not fight directly. What America will do? America will supply weapons to you. Why America is supplying weapons to you? Then only they can make employment good there. Because 25% of the workers in America are employed in manufacturing weapons. So if weapons are not sold, they cannot give full employment. If weapons have to be sold, countries should fight. Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Syria, Israel. So all over the world, America is very silently creating problems by selling weapons, forcing them to sign NATO. Then USSR cannot wait, Russia cannot wait, because they were all once the part of USSR. Now gradually these countries are moving towards NATO. So I don't want to waste your time. My given this slide, it may be there in your hard disk if you want, but normally you don't want because you have enough material with you. If you want, you copy. And now you can ask any question. Now, at least now. But all are related. Ukraine problem, Sri Lankan problem, coronavirus, American weapon industry, RBI policy, everything is closely associated. You cannot separate and isolate. All are closely associated. Then this coronavirus also, Rangarajan stated it is not economic. I would say it is also economic. Anybody say how coronavirus problem was economic problem? Rangarajan said it is not economic. It is non-economic factor. Like that Rangarajan stated. I have high regard for him, but I don't understand. I don't accept him. Coronavirus also due to economic factor. Anybody can substantiate this? China, how China started this corona? What was a bird behind the corona? Bat. How that problem created? Why bat was introduced there? No, these are all economic factors. But I don't want to go against Rangarajan, but I have strong feeling that it is the expansion of wet market. Corona was caused mainly because of the expansion of wet market. Wet market, animal markets. Gradually, in the food chain of Malaysia, Singapore, Taiwan, all these countries, South Asian countries, up to China, Mongolians, they all started eating more and more animals. More and more animals. சொல்லுவீங்களா அங்கே போனால் தவளை சாப்பிடணும், பாம்பை சாப்பிடணும், ஆமையெல்லாம் சாப்பிடணும் சொல்லுவாங்க. So those countries were familiar with eating live animals. முட்டையெல்லாம் நம்ம மாதிரி அவிச்சு போட மாட்டாங்கண்ணா. உங்கள்கிட்ட வெண்ணி பாட்டை கொடுத்துட்டு அவன் முட்டை வேணா போட்டுவானா. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் சிங்கப்பூரில் நீங்கள் அவிச்ச முட்டை கேட்டிங்கன்னா உங்கள்கிட்ட வெண்ணி இருக்கும், முட்டை வேணா போட்டுருவான். நீங்கள் தான் உரிச்சு எடுத்துடும். ஸோ ஐ டோன்ட் நாட். ஸோ லைக் தட் more and more wet animals, live animals entered into food system. As a result, the virus of all the wild animals started entering into the human consumption. This is a major reason. So it is due to the greedy nature of the Chinese economy, because China wanted to grow. China wants to exceed American growth rate, 40 billion, not 25 something. So it is because of the greedy nature of China, the corona started. It is not natural. It is not human made. It is economic factor. Because to achieve higher growth rate, China used a lot of wet animals, wild animals for their consumption. As a result, virus spread through bat. Therefore, it is due to greedy nature of China. Why? They wanted to overcome America. So that is the nature. So therefore, the coronavirus or COVID-19, it is mainly because of the changes in the consumption pattern and the greedy nature of Chinese economy, and as a result, everybody had to suffer. So it is just 1 gram of virus will be enough to spoil the whole world. Imagine, that is where we have to have faith in God. We don't need kilos of virus. 1 gram virus ஏதாவது ஒரு ஜாவா தீவில இருந்து கிளம்புனா போதும், உலகத்து மக்களையே அழிக்கலாம், பயமுறுத்தலாம். ஆனால் நம்ம ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. 1 கிராம் வைரஸ் அது எந்த கண்ட்ரி, இப்போ வந்து சைனா, அடுத்து வேற ஒரு கண்ட்ரி ஜப்பான் கொண்டு வரலாம். ஆனால் அவர் சிச்சுவேஷன் இஸ் ஸோ ஃபீபிள், அவர் சிச்சுவேஷன் இஸ் ஸோ volatile, and any economy can be crushed within few days. Like Ukraine, Russia, பாருங்க, both are losing. So any economy can be easily crushed within months. So we need not think about 5 trillion economy. We have to substantiate, sustain the growth rate. That is what we have to, our leaders should learn. We don't need to achieve 5 trillion and all. We need to support the people. Health should be good, education should be good. But unfortunately, compared to all other countries, only India is the only stupid country which is spending minimum in health and education. Every country is spending more, but India is the only country which is spending less than 3% on research, R&D, education and health. So you understand the importance given to the people. Government of, again Arunachalam stated, 1% of the people own 25% of the assets. Only 1% of the people own 25% of the assets. Only they are important. They are called high net worth Indians. They are called wealth creators. So government of India is working for not 99 crores of people, only top 1 crore of people. They are more important, and everybody is putting MOU. These MOU are special economic zone. These zones are not going to help the poor people or rural people or illiterate people. So they are will be very happy, the wealthy people, and we will have to work for them like ITS, CTS. We will be always slaves, working for them. So when I was asked, I used to tell I am working in university. I am working in Bharatdas University. I was working for us. But if you ask this CTS, all these stupid fellows, they will say, I'm working for CTS. Because you are working for the profit of that fellow. That fellow is earning from your wage. So that is correct. You are all working for some rich. You are not working for you. You are all working. You are trained in the colleges, engineering colleges. You are all trained to work as slaves for very few top net worth Indians. They are your employers, and you are all is going to be slaves. Your salary, everything will be decided by them. So they whatever they throw, like mutton piece or bone, like dogs, we have to live. We have to depend on them. We have to worship them. That is what is happening. That is a danger. So if these 3-4 people take away the money, we will become beggars. If that names gods, they are our gods. If they want to get to America, like somebody, we are not able to catch one Vijay Malia. So anybody, in my I think in Madras also somebody killed somebody. He wanted to escape to Nepal. So if our rich people escape to some other country, we will become beggars. We will become assetless. We will become jobless. The danger is there. I can stop. Even if you ask question, I will be able to answer. Otherwise, very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an interactive session. Dear participants, do you have any questions? The forum is open now. Dear participants and delegates, we are breaking now for lunch. The third session for the day will start at 2 p.m. today. The lunch is provided in Jubilee Hall, ground floor. Thank you all.